All right, we're going to get started here very shortly. Again, we have 3 riders that should be in the warm-up circle now, queued up to go. Welcome to those that might be tuning in online. If you're joining us, we are streaming for you this second session. It is our second session of racing here in the kickoff. Our first event will be a 500-meter event. We are focused on the time trials today. So several time trial events going on here, going through the 500 meters, 1K, 2K, 3K, a 4K, and of course, an open sprint tournament.
All right, so let's get Rue to stop over there by Tim in corner 4.
Start it up. This is lit. Start it up. This is lit.
Is out and away for, again, 1 lap against the clock. We're going to be doing a lot of that today. We'll do our time checks as our athletes come across the line, and I'll announce it when I get the confirmation from our team on the infield for the timings for our competitors. We're looking solid here on our first effort today, opening things up in our second session. Coming up next is Jack Hampson. Gavin Newman's on deck, followed by Sadie Evans. A 48024. 48024 is what I get for our radio for the time on our first competitor. Off and away. Our second rider now on the track is Jack Hampson. All right, nice job to Jack. As next up is Gavin. We'll get his time here shortly. Sadie's on deck. Grace Evans, you'll be the next rider up. After that, I got Harless, Thorderson, and Pyle, the next couple riders up, and probably want to find their way to the warm-up circle if you haven't done so already. A 45.648 for Jack. Gavin now on track. A 45.658 a moment ago for Jack. Again, a 45.658 was the time I just received. Our overall schedule, as well as a link to the results folder, and the stream is all up currently and updated for velodrome.org/live. You can pick that up again on the website currently at velodrome.org/live. Next up on the track will be Sadie Evans. On deck is Grace Evans. Dale Harless will be the next rider to check in. .076 is the time of here for Gavin. That's 45.076 for Gavin. And this is Sadie. Sadie Evans on track now with Grace checking in next. On deck is Dale Harless. Next rider to check in will be Odin Thorderson. Our last rider with a 50.372. That's the time for Sadie, 50.372. Now on track is Grace Evans. Dale Harless will be the next rider up and is ready to go. On deck is Odin Thorderson, followed by J.C. Pyle. Next couple riders I got after that is going to be Levi, Dong, and Scoville. And that quick time, I believe, is a 48.643. 48.643 for Grace. Dale Harless is now ready to start. Thorderson is on deck, ready to go next, followed by JC. And the bell for Dale. Our fastest time yet this morning, a 45.076 of Gavin Newman. Still plenty more riders to go in this 500 meter. And yes, we've got a mixed category here. It's open racing in our Saturday morning event. So this is not strictly competitive in that sense. But since it's open, everybody's going for the fastest time they can, no matter the age, skill level, or experience. So off we go as Dale will set the time here, and coming up after him will be Odin, now getting set to go. JC's on deck. Jonathan Levi checking in. Dale comes in with a 46.827. 46.827 for Dale. All right, Odin on his way. It's JC Pyle checking in next. John is on deck. Ken Dong should be next rider up. That'll be Odin coming across the line. JC's up now. Jonathan Levi and Ken Dong, the next two riders.
It looks like JC has a flat. Somebody help him and change that wheel.
Changing the orders, JC needs to go do a quick tire change. It's going to be Levi coming up next, followed by Dong. Scoville should check in as well. Danny Scoville will be the third rider up now. Odin, our fastest time so far with a 39.778. Our new quick time, a 39.778 and a woo for an under 40 time. I'm feeling good today, says Odin. Nicely done. And Jonathan Levi now on track for his effort at the 500 meter. Up next and ready is Ken Dong. Danny Scoville looks like they're ready to go as well. It'll be Catherine Wade Easley, the next rider up after that. Our fast time so far in our Open 500s just recently set at 39.778. Levi, your time was 38.099. Jonathan Levi, 38.099. Our quick time so far. Ken Dong on the track.
You know those like anti-glare like screen protectors? Yeah. I wonder if we could like carve one of those. Maybe find one.
A quick time for Ken Dong. It will be a 38.862. 38.862, the time for Ken. Danny Scoville is currently on the track. Catherine Wade Easley is the next rider up, followed by McLaughlin. The last rider in the field is Darlene, although we are looking for JC to come back after a tire switch. He's in here somewhere. Looks like he's set to go next, actually, as I look over. So we'll get JC back in after this rider. After JC, I'm expecting Wade Easley, the next rider, to check in. Danny, the time looks to be a 42.0 42.883. 42.883 for Danny. JC Pyle coming back for his retry here after having to do a little work on the hardware.
After all these 500s, we're going to take like a 5-minute break to reset. So if you're up first in the kilo, you will have just a bit of time. So Jack, Gavin, Cooper, Will, and Odin, you're up first. You'll have a 5-minute break. Kilos will start on the back stretch, finish on the home stretch.
I may have misheard one digit there, but 41.605 is what I think it is. .775, my mistake. 41.775 for Pyle. Catherine Wade Easley finishing now, crawling across the line there. Coming up next is Alexander McLaughlin, and our last rider in the field is Kelly Darlene before our brief break to reset for the kilos. Wade Easley, the time is 44.861. 44.861.
Brandon Russell or Ben Flaum, are you here? Does anyone know if Brandon Russell or Ben Flaum are here? If you're here, like, wave your arms. Okay. Take those as scratches.
McLaughlin on track. Levi, our overall fastest time, Jonathan Levi with a 38.099 so far. A couple more riders to finish up here. And McLaughlin now finishing up. Kelly Darlene, our last competitor in the 500s, about ready to start. $42.499 the time I got for McLaughlin. 42.499. Darlene, the last rider in the group. Five minutes intermission before we hit back with the kilo here in a moment. We'll get the 1Ks going shortly. $40.317 for Darlene. 40.317. All right, ladies and gentlemen. If any of you are actually ladies and gentlemen, I don't know. Hold on a sec. We're taking 5 minutes. We'll be back shortly for the kilos. We got to reset our timing systems. If you're watching online, just a quick reminder, we're still running the online auction, and what a great time on a beautiful Saturday morning. Maybe grab a cup of coffee, head out into the porch, the patio, kind of grab your tablet or laptop and go to velodrome.org/live, bring up the live stream, and then pop into the auction and see how some of our items are doing. That link for the auction is listed right at the top of that link. Again, it's velodrome.org/live. You can click in and sign up. Start bidding today. We are open until Sunday with those auction items. We'll close most of them at noon. A couple of them will be open until 2 o'clock, and there are some cool things you can get there. You can only get them for our auction to support the Marymore Velodrome Association. So please, if you have the capacity to help and donate and support us, you can go there. Or if you just want to do straight donations, always head to velodrome.org. The donate button is right there below the main header. You can click in and just provide a donation to the track. We obviously appreciate anything that we can get. We are a nonprofit organization working around the clock to support the velodrome in this facility and all of the programs that we do out of it. So thanks, folks. We'll be back in a few minutes. I'll take some time off the mics, and we'll start after about a 5-minute break, 4 minutes or so, we'll start those kilos. Before I get too far away, real quick for our competitors in the kilos, I did get confirmation that rider in heat 7, 15, and 16 are scratches. So please be aware that that might change when you are called. I will still call you in the correct order, but just know if you're looking at the initial start lists, heat 7, 15, and 16 are scratches this morning.
right, sorry for the delay. We had one of the cables kind of pulled out. We're on hold right now. We'll let you know when we are ready.
Just to confirm, we're still in a holding pattern here for a few more minutes as we reset the tape. It's been a while since we pulled out the timing system, so we're all reminding ourselves about the hardware and the setup. We are awaiting that to be finalized, and then we'll get started with the 1Ks. Our kilos competitors will be coming up next. Still in a hold here as we finalize resetting our timing tapes and getting the system ready to go.
All right, I think let's get our first couple riders to the back straight. Sorry for the delay. Corey, go and list those first couple. Let's get us started.
All right, calling to the ready are in the back straight. Jack Hampson, our first competitor. On deck is Gavin Newman, followed by Cooper Bunn. Starting us off in style for the 1K, we got a set of juniors heading to the back straight. We should have at least one rider always over there, if not our second rider behind them as well. So I'll call 3 at any given time. Hampson, Newman, and Bunn in that order. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Not that you really had a choice in the matter. But we're back with it. So again, we're going to do our 1K event here. We've got, it looks to be 14 registered athletes. After this, we'll go into the 2Ks. We got 6 riders going to be doing some longer distance upcoming. We've got more after that even. The 3K and the 4K following those events. Before we get into our tournament later, our sprint tournament. Starting on the back straight, ending on the home straight, so we get to watch the finish on this side of the track.
And we are racing kilo.
All right, we're moving quickly. It's Gavin Newman coming on track next. Cooper Bunn on deck. Will Fowler to the ready area. The next couple riders up, I'll read the next 3 just so you know who's coming. Thorderson, Stanford, and Pyle. Check the start list. Time for our first rider is a 1:34.891. Repeating that for our first rider, Hampson's time is a 1:34.891. On the track now is Gavin Newman. On deck, Cooper Bunn, followed by Will Fowler. An 800-meter track, so a 1K is 2.5 laps, starting on the back, ending on the home straight. Wow, I said 800 meters? That's a huge track. That was a good one. Thanks for the catch. We are a 400-meter track. 800 meters, oh my gosh. We have to call it a criterium at that point, I think. Bell's ringing for Gavin. All right, our second competitor just now wrapping it up as Cooper Bunn set on the back straight to start. Time of 1:38.842. 1:38.842. Cooper Bunn, 800 meters to go here. 2 laps remaining for him. On deck is Will Fowler. Checking in behind him is Odin Thordarson, the next rider up. Parker Stanford. As a reminder, there's a scratch here, so Heat 7 not going to be racing today, so Pyle, you're up after Stanford. Just recently getting that bell. Got a nice docket of juniors competing today to open up the 1K event. The current fast time in the kilo so far, a 1:34.891 from Hampson, our first rider out. $138.156 for Coop. Cooper with a 138.156. Reminder for all competitors to have your numbers clearly on your back for our officials team to confirm. Again, a reminder for numbers to be visible for competitors during our time trials this morning.
1 number for the time trials.
Thank you. Will Fowler is on track currently. Odin Thorderson will be our next rider up. Parker Stanford to follow. And I'm good up here. Make sure the number's on the inside of the track, not the outside. So your left side, please. (1:22.45). Our new fast time, Fowler, a 1:22.45. Odin Thorderson is the starter here. Chasing a fast time set by Fowler of a 1:22.45. Currently the fastest in our open kilos. It's Parker Stanford checking in now. On deck is JC Pyle. The next rider up will be Henry Kaiser. Our new fast time by a small margin, 0.2 of a second, takes the lead for Thorderson at 1:22.279. Odin with a 1:22.279. Parker Stanford about to start. JC Pyle checking in and should be ready to go, followed by Henry Kaiser. Getting the one to go. Parker Stanford finishing up for his time. About ready to start is JC Pyle. On deck, Kaiser. Next rider up will be Levi. A 124.358. 124.358 for Parker. JC Pyle, next rider to start. It's Kaiser checked in, and Levi, the next rider up. The next several riders to follow will be Pratis, McLaughlin, and Culp. $130.025. $130.025 for JC. Kaiser starting now. Levi on deck. Pratis, it's time to check in. And Kaiser now on track for his attempt at the kilo. Levi, Pratis, and McLaughlin are the next three riders in the lineup. A reminder, 2 scratches here at the bottom of our start, so after hers, it'll go straight to Carlberg.
This is the hour, the darkest
Our new quick time in the event so far is a time of 116.887. Kaiser 116.887. Jonathan Levi takes the track. Carl Pratis is ready to go here next. McLaughlin on deck, followed by Emmett Culp.
A sad state of affairs. Half the people die while the rest of us are splitting hairs. It's a good world. Good world gone bad.
Levi, the time is 1:14. My apologies during the start there. 1:14.547 for Jonathan Levi, our new fast time. 1:14.547 for Jonathan. On track now is Carl Pratis. Steve McLaughlin is the next rider to start, followed by Emmett Culp. Matty Herr is also ready to go. Skipping over the next two for scratches, it'll be Carlberg as our last rider to follow behind Matty. Fastest opening split for Pratis so far, so he's on pace in the opening lap to have our fastest time yet. He's chasing a 1:14.547 set by the previous competitor. So on a quick clip here on the first lap. Looks smooth through the final lap. We'll see how it comes out. Coming on track now is McLaughlin. And that'll take the new fast time for Carl Pratis, a 1:13.968. 1:13.968 for Carl. Steve McLaughlin on track. Emmett Culp next to start. Matty Hers is on deck. Checking in Andrew Carlberg momentarily. And yet another new fast time. We go 109.601 for McLaughlin. That's a 109.601 for Steve McLaughlin. This is Culp getting his start for his kilometer effort. Hers and Carlberg both over there and ready to start our last two competitors in the kilos. We have a 2K event coming up shortly. There will be a miniature break here between the 1K and the 2K. Just heads up on that, as we do need to switch things over. It should be quick. Our first competitors in the 2K, Sadie Evans and Grace Evans. The time is a 1:15.019. Culp with a 1:15.019. On track now is Matty Herds, Keller Rohrbach, followed by Andrew Carlberg. A short break, and then into the 2K is our first competitor, Sadie Evans, starting and ending on the home straight for the 2K. A 13.985, 113.985 for Herds. Our last competitor about ready to start, Carlberg. 07.254. 107.254 comes in at the fast time today by about 2 seconds. A little bit more than that. And that'll do it for the kilo event, the 1K wrapping up. We're going into the 2Ks. We got, again, it's going to be Sadie Evans up first. On deck will be Grace Evans. And with the longer distance, at least having one rider on the ready would be appreciated. So I'll make sure to call 2 names at any given time. Quick little swap over here. Just take a minute to double check we're ready to go. Should be fast. 2K start and end on the home straight. Results have been uploaded for the 1K, found at velodrome.org/live. Scroll down to the results button. You should be able to see a link there for heats and start lists and results. Timing says they are ready to go, so I think we can begin to get this thing rolling. With Sadie starting first, already ready and in position. Grace will come up next. The order for the rest of the event is Scoville, Wade Easley, Darlene Waterman. 343.551 for Sadie. It's Grace Evans coming on track next with Danny Scoville, the next rider to check in. Scoville now on deck. Last time is 341.856. 41.856 for Grace Evans. Danny Scoville coming on track. On deck is Wade Easley. Catherine Wade Easley on deck.
Meditation through the yoga lessons, going greener by the minute. Soon I can't wear any other colors. Posters covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, neat and tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. Don't you worry about me. If I keep feeling like I'm missing something, don't you worry about me, yeah. Don't you worry about me. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, neat and tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind.
I don't wanna stay here, no. Ain't gonna keep it low now. If you wanna go, let's go. Let's wrap it up and hit the road. I just got an awesome vibe. Striking the winner post now. Liberty's on my mind. We've taken off, we've left the ground. You gotta understand that we get one chance, one chance. You will never regret the things that we'll do. 'Cause I wanna drive through the summer night. And when we are old and gray, we'll look back at this summer night. This summer night, this summer night.
307.451 for Scoville. Our fast time so far, 307.451. On deck, Waterman.
Gotta understand that we get one chance, one chance. You will never regret the things that we'll do. 'Cause I wanna drive through the summer night. And when we
The time is 3:10.518 for Catherine Wade Easley. 3:10.518. Kelly Darlene now on track. Waterman now to check in. My apologies for getting one rider ahead. The 3Ks are coming up next. We will do another quick little swap over to the back straight for the start. And our fast time on the event so far is Kelly Darlene with a time of 2:45.114. 2:45.114. Eric Waterman, our last rider in the 2Ks before we move into the 3K event. We'll take a quick intermission here. The time from the last rider. Second fastest time, I think, in the event with a 2:46.412. 2:46.412 for Waterman. Coming up to this, the 3K event. Our first rider is Will Fowler, starting on the back straight, followed by Odin Thordarson. You'll want to make your way over there. Once Will has gotten his start, we'll want to get you checked in. Results for the previous event have been posted. You can check those online as they get posted at velodrome.org/live. Obviously, the event being streamed live also means that it will be recorded for perpetuity on YouTube, so you can go back and check your event and see how you looked as you rolled around the track in your time trial. First rider about to start, Will Fowler, will be our first to take the track from the back straight. He will finish on the home straight after 7.5 laps in this 3-kilometer event. It's going to be Will Fowler and then Thordarson, our second rider. In order after that, I got Stanford, Kaiser, and Hers, our 5 competitors in this group. The 2K pace looking good at 2:59. 2 minutes and 59 seconds at the 2K mark. And the final kilometer for Will Fowler. A final time of 4:29.867. 4:29.867 for Fowler. This is Odin Thordarson coming on track. Parker Stanford, you'll want to come over to the ready area soon. He's got his thumb up in the air. Thanks, Parker. We're in the 3K event currently. We do have one more time trial focused event coming up after that. We got a couple competitors sign up for the 4 kilometer. Then we have our 9 riders that are going to be competing in our open sprint tournament. We'll be getting their flying 200 times and then into our sprints. Current pace of 2:57.2 through the first 2 kilometers. Odin will pick up the new fast time of 4:23.362. 4:23 for Odin Thordarson. On track is Parker Stanford. Looks like Kaiser's already in position, ready to start up next. So he'll be followed by the last competitor in the field, which will be hers. I have him as our 5th rider in the 3K. 2K time of 2:58.6 at the 2K mark. One to go for Stanford.
Nobody's like you. You are not normal at all. No. I feel like I want to let down my guard and just fall. Cause someone was before you. It's someone let me go. This time I must know for sure. Cause someone was before you. It's someone let me go. But I just need to be sure. Some say
A nice time for Parker of 425.486. 425.486 for Parker, Stanford. Henry Kaiser about to come on track. And Matty Hurst will make his way over there shortly.
but will you let me down? But will you let me down? Oh yeah, oh yeah. But will you let me down? Nobody's like us. When people see us, they know. I feel so much for you that I don't know what to do. Cause someone was before you, and someone let me go. This time I must know for sure. Cause someone was before you, and someone let me go. But I just need to be sure. Some say love's not for the bitter ones. Some say love will only bring you down. Some say love can feel much better now, better now. But will you let me down?
Odin with our fast time so far in our 3K event at a 423.362. Our second rider out currently is our fourth competitor, Henry Kaiser. And our fifth and final rider will be coming up shortly as Matty Hurst is set on the back straight to go for the last rider in the 3K. We will then jump to the 4Ks, starting on the home straight with Emmett Culp as the first competitor in that group.
But will you let me down?
On pace for a good time here at a 244 at the 2K split. 2:44 at the 2K mark. One to go for Kaiser. Our new fast time belongs to Kaiser with a 4:04.272. 4:04.272 for Kaiser. And it's Maddie's turn for 3K. Maddie Hers on track. Our final rider in the field before we do a quick swap over to the home straight for our starts. Kicking it off with Emmett Culp. After our final 4K, there will be a half-hour break. As a heads up, there will be a half-hour break for our team to reconvene, grab some lunch, cool down for a little bit. Sprinters have a little bit of warm-up time since that'll be a different group of riders, and then we'll come back with the Flying 200s after that 30-minute pause. Currently at the last rider, the final heat of the 3Ks. Our 4K event on deck is Emmett Culp. The 2K time was a 2:36.1 on a quick pace here, and likely closing in on our fastest time today for the 3K. Fastest split at the 2K time by nearly 10 seconds. And that'll do it for 3 kilometer riders. That event closing down here. We'll get that time in a moment. And the new fast time is a 3:49.958. 3:49.958 for hers. Nicely done for our 3K competitors. We've got 2 riders that have prepared this morning to, I guess now we're moving to the afternoon time for this 4K. It's going to be Culp coming onto the track here shortly. He's followed by Nick Martinez, our second, and that'll be our last rider for the 10-lap 4 kilometer. Once again, velodrome.org/live for the results as they are getting posted. We are finalizing them quickly at the end of each of these events. Thanks to our officials team and a fantastic timing system that's been set up. We're going along pretty quickly once we got it all sorted out. velodrome.org/live for updated results. Timing is ready for our 4K event, and we are bringing riders to the home straight. We'll start here momentarily for Culp and then Martinez. Emmett on his way, our first rider of 2. 10 laps on the track for this 4K event. All right, so the key here going to be settling into a tempo. Got a long solo event for these riders. Race registration is open for athletes in the months of June and July. That includes Wednesday night racing coming back because it is now regular season coming into the month of June. If you already purchased your season pass, there's no real harm in signing up early. If you think you can make it, go ahead and jump on those lists. In the case of cancellations, we are trying to issue coupon codes so you can re-register for another date. Trying to make that as easy as we can. So again, if you think you can make it to a race in the month of June, you can go ahead and get signed up on the website ahead of time. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, all opened up. We also have some weekend racing that you can check out, Sunday and Saturday races. A couple Sundays in the month of June that you can get registered for.
When I think about the way we used to be, when I think about the things you took from me, I know that I am so much better, better. When I look at what I've done, now that we're apart, when I look at what I've won, I've come so
That 2K split was 234.6. 234.6 on the 2K. See where you're at 3 shortly.
could feel it in my bones. There was something going on, that shade of doubt hanging around that old. 'Cause darling, there is nothing right when all you seem to do is lie. Those days are gone. I'm walking tall while you're alone. When I think about the way we used to be, when I think about the things you took from me, I know
352.3, the time coming across for the 3K time. 352.3. One to go.
I'm celebrating my liberation. I'm moving strong, I'm moving on. I'm alright, alright. Might be shaken but not stirred. Just a lesson that I've learned. And so it goes, tables turn in your honor. When I think about the way we used to be, when I think about the things you took from me, I know that I am so much better, better.
Emmett Culp's time, 5:09.457. 5:09.457 for Culp. And finally, Nick Martinez, our last rider of this morning's time trial session, wrapping up our 4K event. After this, we will go on a break for about 30 minutes before we return for our sprint tourney. Kilo time 116.16. 116.16, the opening kilometer. $229.73. Clicking along nicely at the 2K time. 229.73 for Martinez. $344.2, the time coming in for the 3K timing. 344.2. Here's our bell at 1 to go. Final lap, time taken on the home straight. $458 coming in for Martinez. 458.936. 458.936 for Martinez. It is time for an intermission here. We're going to be setting aside about 30 minutes of time here for lunch and break between this and our sprint tournament getting started up with the Flying 200s. Right now it's 12:39. Tentatively speaking, we're looking at about a 1:10 starting time for the Flying 200s. For those of you on the stream right now, we're going to be kind of putting up just an on-hold slide to kind of keep things rolling. You can tune in back and check it out at about 1:10. We'll be starting the action back up again for the sprint tournament. Thank you. All right, we're about ready to get started here with our next event, the flying 200 meters. This will be our qualifying event for the sprint tournament. Last I checked, I think we had 8 registered to compete that are here currently. What initially may have been a round robin, maybe updating to a sprint tournament traditional format, but I hadn't heard yet. Roger that, says Andrew Carlberg, still a round robin. Well said. Round robin it will be. So we'll get started with the round robin after this qualifier to get everybody seated. So the flying 200s will begin shortly. I believe the only rider I don't see currently here, if I'm not mistaken, is Flaum, our first rider in the 200. So following that would be Campbell Harris is our first rider. Carl Pratis would be second. Third is Ken Dong. After that it goes McLaughlin, Siegel, Culp, and Carlberg. Smile, Amara, you're on camera. The other one, the one right next to you. There you go. Our 3 viewers out there will enjoy that. All right, calling over James Campbell Harris. Flying 200 meters. On deck, Carl Pratis, followed by Ken Dong. Time set next time around. And Campbell Harris coming into the downhill slope. We need our next rider to the ready area. On track now, Carl Pratis, Ken Dong check in. McLaughlin as well to the ready area. Alexandra McLaughlin, our first McLaughlin on the track for the 200, followed by Steven. $13.597 for James. Pratis getting up to speed. Ken Dong coming onto track. Alexander McLaughlin on deck, followed by Stephen McLaughlin. Carl Freitas coming in for his time shortly. It's Ken Dong getting up to speed for Dyna Racing. $12.322 for Carl. $12.322 for Pratis. Ken Dong gets the bell. On track now is Alexander McLaughlin, Stephen McLaughlin on deck. Alex Siegel next up, followed by Culp and Carlberg. $12.471 for Ken Dong. $12.471. Siegel for the ready area. On deck is Culp as well. Siegel to the ready area next. Coming on track now is Stephen McLaughlin. Is Alexander McLaughlin getting up to speed? Alex Siegel on deck now, followed by Culp. 13.98 for Alexander McLaughlin. That is Steve McLaughlin getting the bell as Alex Siegel comes on track, and on deck, Emmett Culp to the ready area, followed by Andrew Carlberg. .374 for Stephen. 11.374 for Stephen McLaughlin. Alex Siegel on track. Next rider to get a time. Siegel gets the bell. Emmett Culp currently on track, and here's Siegel getting his time. Our new fast time, 11.101 for Siegel. Culp gets the bell, and Andrew Carlberg on track, our last rider to get a time. Our final rider, chasing the quick time of 11.101. Carlberg with a 10.937. 10.937 for Carlberg. That'll be our fastest time for the sprint tournament seedings. The time previous that I didn't call was Emmett Culp's at a 13.065. All right, take a moment to get this thing set up. We'll be doing again a round robin format. We'll be getting that started here shortly for the sprint tournament. So if I'm reading this correct, it looks like our first group will be McLaughlin, Campbell-Harris, Culp, and Dong, and they'll be riding in round 1, McLaughlin and Campbell-Harris. Heat B will be Culp and Dong. Our second group in the first round, or excuse me, our second group will be riders Pratis, Stephen McLaughlin, Siegel, and Carlberg. And that grouping will be in round 1. Heat A, Carl Pratis and Stephen McLaughlin, and Heat B is Alex Siegel and Andrew Carlberg. In the round robin, each round we will kind of just move around the competitors so they get to race against a different rider. Each rider will get a chance to go head-to-head against someone else. Rider who picks up enough victories overall, they'll get seated. Basically, how many times you win through the round robin, we'll just kind of keep track of that. This will not be the elimination tournament style for a sprint, so instead it's more of a round robin format to accommodate for today's format and keep everybody racing and riding. Once again, round 1 heat, the first heat we'll see is McLaughlin and Campbell-Harris, Alexander McLaughlin and Campbell-Harris going head-to-head. Heat B will be Culp and Dong. That's Emmett Culp and Ken Dong for Heat 1B.
Start it up.
All right, calling our first group up. It is Alexander McLaughlin and James Campbell-Harris. Please come over to the ready area. That will be over by the official stand to the start-finish line, and we will need holders. No holders from the rail. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. We'll bring up to the rail here. So go ahead and roll on up. That's going to be, again, Alexander McLaughlin and James Campbell-Harris. On deck is Emmett Culp and Ken Dong. And the order in which I call it in these heats is the order you'll go on the rail. So it'll be McLaughlin in front of Campbell Harris. It'll be Culp in front of Dong. So the order will set the order you are at the rail as well.
This is lit.
So I will announce probably right as you're coming up to the rail who's getting what, as I'll check for who gets the draw on another sheet here. So I'll announce that as we come up. So Emmett Culp and Ken Dong, I will check before your event to let you know who is in front. We are randomizing that behind the scenes. So a quick update on that. All right, off we go. 2 laps, head-to-head sprint action here at the velodrome. So 2 riders. We got a round robin going on here at this tournament rather than a typical elimination style seeded tournament. We've seeded them with the Flying 200s, and now we're going through 2 groups for a round robin. So we have Group 1, 4 riders in that group, and Group 2, 4 riders in that group. They each get to ride against each other 1 time. Riders with the most number of victories tallied up at the end of it will be our victors out of the groups. Our second group seated in the higher speed, so that'll be our top speed group based on their Flying 200s. This is Alexander McLaughlin in the black, and in the white, James Campbell Harris. In their only meeting for the event here. McLaughlin still at this front position. Campbell Harris leaving about a bike length behind her. Now starting to roll up onto the rear wheel and seeing if he can find the speed necessary to come into the front position. The nice acceleration down the back straight. It looks like James Campbell Harris is finding enough speed to overtake onto the home straight. Culp and Dong are up, and I have looks like it's going to be Ken Dong in front. So our rider for Dyno Racing will take the front position on the rail, and Emmett Culp will be behind based on the random draw. On deck, Carl Pratis and Stephen McLaughlin. McLaughlin, you'll take the front position. Carl Pratis, you are in second spot. Two riders on track. We got Ken Dong in the pink, currently at the front position. It's Emmett Culp in the blue, sitting right behind him. Again, these riders will each see each other once. So one chance to kind of add up your totals and see who comes out with the most number of victories. One to go for our two riders. It's going to be Ken Dong bringing both up to the rail a little bit. And the lead rider, still the rider in pink, trying to hold on to that lead position and be in charge of the pace, waiting for Emmett Culp to make a jump before he does anything. And to the line, looks like Culp found just enough to accelerate well over the top, and we'll take this ride. Culp over Dong. Coming up now to the rail, Stephen McLaughlin in front of Carl Pratis for the first round of our second group. Heat 2A. On deck is Siegel and Karlberg in that order to the rail. It'll be Alex Siegel and then Andrew Karlberg in the second heat. Stephen McLaughlin in the mostly black with the white checkerboard. Coming up from Portland to compete against Carl Pratis, one of our local junior competitors. Seated very close in their overall times, with McLaughlin with the slightly faster time in the 200 meters. If you're just coming in through the park and Herbert doing something here and checking it out, we're in our second of 3 sessions for the kickoff event here at the Velodrome. We had our preseason in the month of May, and this is kind of our transition into the regular season in June, where we race through June, July, and August quite frequently, up to 5 days in a week, depending on the schedule. Regular weekdays of Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and then irregularly on Saturdays or Sundays. It's Carl Pratis at the lead of this one. Currently, he's given himself quite a bit of room here as Glockry's left several bike lengths behind Carl. The front position is both the power position, but also a lot of responsibility as you're going to be watching for the jump from the rider behind you. They're trying to be the sneaky one here. So the chess match of timing, who's going to make the jump first and from where. Both riders have the lane to the left if they like to take it, go down the hill to get a nice acceleration. Whoa, McLaughlin a little bit to make the move. He leaves the lane in front open, but no way down to the sprinter's lane as McLaughlin will now control the downhill portion. And it's going to be shoulder to shoulder, just going to be a straight up drag race, but the shorter lane is for McLaughlin, and he did have the faster 200 meter. This puts Carl Pratis at a disadvantage. He's going to have to use the draft and maybe get a second slingshot attempt here. McLaughlin controlling nicely, and we'll be able to cruise in for that one. Good fist bump there afterwards from our two competitors. Good to see. It's going to be Alex Siegel in front of Andrew Karlberg for the second heat of our second group. The end of our first round. Next up is round two. Our first group will be James Campbell Harris and Emmett Culp in that order at the rail, followed by Alexander McLaughlin and Ken Dong. Currently on track, Alex Siegel and Andrew Karlberg. Siegel is committed to take the lead as he drew position number one at the rail, so he'll be sort of in the front here through about the first 200 meters or so, as the rules would state. On deck is Culp and Campbell Harris. My mistake in calling it in the other order. I was looking at the wrong column. So Emmett Culp, you'll be in front of Campbell Harris in your heat at the rail. Going down the back straight, it looks like they're going to allow maybe a side-by-side formation here. It will be Karlberg riding up along the rail and leaving just a little bit of run-up room as he needs to play behind Siegel a little bit, kind of ducking and diving up and down. Certainly keeping Alex looking for where Andrew is. Now he's got a good eye on him as he's along that rail. Bells ringing. Going down the back hill, it's going to be Siegel that takes the lead position still. Karlberg now going to try to run up to the wheel and then accelerate around his outside. Both riders with a really good finishing speed and a really good 200-meter time, well matched. Karlberg with the slightly faster speed, but the shorter lane for Siegel. Oh! Man, Karlberg just had enough of a run up there. It looked unofficially like the ride on the outside got it, but it was close. Yeah, it's confirmed by the officials, so we'll give it to Karlberg, but not by much. Just enough increasing speed there through the final 100 meters or so that Andrew Karlberg will indeed find it. Culp and Campbell Harris to the rail, please. Culp and Campbell Harris to the rail, please. On deck, Alexander McLaughlin, Ken Dong. On deck. Emmett Culp, the rider in blue, at the lead spot. Number 2-1, James Campbell Harris in the white will be our second rider in the lineup currently. Coming out of the first round, Culp picked up 1 victory. Campbell Harris looking for his first. So in the round robin, you get 3 attempts or 3 rounds to pick up victories. And as many as you can get, obviously, the better it can be for you. And tiebreakers will depend on strength of schedule. And if there's any other need for tiebreakers, we'll go further down the list of rules depending on what's needed to be sorted out. With Culp in the blue, still leading things out currently. Bell for 1 to go here, and Culp command, and he'll just go and accelerate it from the start line here. So he's got 400-meter effort in front of him. He's trying to make it difficult for Campbell Harris to get back onto his wheel. And if he can just keep that gap that he's got there, he's going to have the advantage of not only the front position, but not providing much draft for Campbell Harris to get into. Emmett Culp drag racing this one out a little bit. Culp will take his second victory in the second round. Coming onto the track now, Alexander McLaughlin in the first position, Ken Dong second in the lineup. On deck in this order, Alex Siegel and Stephen McLaughlin. All right, into this second heat of the second round. Alexander McLaughlin in the black with the green bike up against Ken Dong in the pink kit behind her. McLaughlin with 1 victory to her name. Dong looking for her next here. 1 to go. Ken Dong will take this one. That's a good opportunity as we're going to give, it sounds like, a few extra moments here of rest as requested and required for our riders in this very quick sprint round robin. Good time to plug the online auction and remind you that that's going on right now. We talked about it quite a bit last night, but we are raising money for the Marymore Velodrome Association, our one chance every year to really make a big push for fundraising efforts. Improvements to the stream, lots of work to be done on our bike rental fleet that we've gotten done thanks to donations, and of course just keeping the track well staffed. It all comes from our fees for our riders, helps cover that. Sometimes our gate things will cover that, but a huge portion of it comes from community donations. The auction being run this year online. You can see if you're on the stream right now or you're online, you can check out this HTML link. One as in one.bidpal.net/JBMV auction. You can also very easily go to velodrome.org/live, where results are currently posting for these events, as well as the link to our live stream. Right at the top of that page is a direct link to the auction where you can get signed up and check out the one-of-a-kind items that we have up and available for you in this year's auction. That auction closes on Sunday at about noon for most items and 2 o'clock for our featured items. Once again, the 2021 online auction now available online. velodrome.org/live to get the link easily. Thank you for your support and your donations this year. More racing tonight. If you're enjoying this, maybe you're just coming in to check out what's going on here at the Velodrome. Didn't even know we do racing here. Well, we've got some more great racing tonight, and it's going to be mass starts, so you get to see fields of 15 riders or so competing at a time in different racing events. That starts at 6 p.m. tonight. Our final session for the kickoff weekend event we're doing here. Most weeks we are racing our big show every week on Friday nights at 7 o'clock. That's sort of the main event of our weekly racing calendar for our spectators. Again, 7 o'clock here at the Velodrome. You can check out Friday night racing all summer long, as long as the rain stays away. We're racing it on a Friday night at 7 p.m. Encourage folks to come out with some picnic setup, you know, put out the towel, find a good spot around the track. Enjoy your evening here with us in the parks. You can come in, 6 o'clock, 6:30 or so, and then check out the racing with us. We'd love to have you. Friday night racing, 7 o'clock, weekly throughout the summer months. All right, we are ready to start. We're calling our round 2 competitors. This is Heat 2A in the second round. It's made up of Alex Siegel in front of Stephen McLaughlin. Siegel, McLaughlin up to the rail. And on deck will be Andrew Karlberg in front of Carl Pratis in the second heat. On track now is Alex Siegel in the black and yellow, and right behind him is Stephen McLaughlin in the black and white. Based on the time trials, this would be theoretically the closest matchup of the day. Based on top speed and matched in that flying 200 meter, if they both performed at their top, that would certainly set us up for an interesting and close matchup between these two. When the speed is matched, tactics and timing becomes even more critical. Alex Siegel riding near the blue line for quite a while. He's looking over the right shoulder, not expecting McLaughlin to move underneath him just yet. He's leaving that lane above him open, forcing him to either move underneath like he does here. Now, McLaughlin in the controlling position. We've seen him do this before as we go into the hill. Will he maintain that position? He will. Now coming down into the flat, it's going to be McLaughlin still at the lead and leaving that rear wheel available for Alex if he can get up there. Siegel finding some speed here. Will he have enough to accelerate over the top? He has the benefit of the draft. Now finding a little extra acceleration. It's going to be side by side McLaughlin and Siegel with enough push at the end to find it. Siegel will take that heat. His first victory, so a lot of riders now in our second group have one win each. McLaughlin, Karlberg, and now Siegel each with one. Karlberg and Pratis in that order now coming to the rail. Karlberg having picked up a victory before. We'll try to find his second. Karl looking for his first. On deck is going to be Emmett Culp and Alexander McLaughlin. The rider in black and yellow is Andrew Karlberg, bib number 1. Number 304 in the black and blue with red will be Carl Pratis. Bib number 1 also with one victory under his belt, looking for a second here in this one. If you want to keep up with all the happenings, you want to learn more about what's happening here at the Velodrome, if you're out there in the park and want to know a little bit more about our racing programs and would like something to read and peruse, our website is fairly in-depth and full lots of information, including calendars, information about our race nights. You can go to velodrome.org to get a little more hands-on with everything we got going on around here. You can register for classes. We've got that both adult and youth classes available that you can register for from the comfort of your home. Check it out at velodrome.org, the home for the Marymore Velodrome Association and the Jerry Baker Memorial Velodrome. One to go. Karlberg doing something you've seen a couple times already, looking over the right shoulder, but doing so from almost in the sprinter's lane as he's keeping his eye over the right side now, as he's still keeping his eye, trying to keep his eye on where is Karl at. Left or right side. Look at all this run-up room for Karl. Pratis now finding the acceleration he needs to get up to the rear wheel. Karlberg waiting for the very last moment to get up to top speed with about the last 150 meters or so of track space here. It's going to be Karlberg using top speed and power to just keep Karl from finding over the top, but a very nice move from our junior, finding the run-up onto the wheel. We're calling our next heat. It's McLaughlin and Culp in front. I'm sorry. Culp and McLaughlin coming on up. Emmett Culp and Alexander McLaughlin to the rail. On deck is Ken Dong and James Campbell Harris. I think after that we'll need just a moment to break. Emmett Culp in the blue is at the lead spot as he drew the lead position. Alexander McLaughlin in the black and white, our second rider. The one to go. Culp still controlling the position at the front. McLaughlin in the hunt, looking for her position to attack. Culp undefeated in this Group 1. McLaughlin looking for a good recipe to get down to that sprinter's lane and shortening her lap by quite a bit. Now Culp forced to go the longer way. And both riders doing a nice job today in our sprint round robin. Culp will take another. And coming on track now is Ken Dong and James Campbell Harris. To the rail, please. After this, we'll have to have a bit of a break for athletes to get a little bit of rest. Ken Dong is number 302 in the front position for Dyna Racing. Number 411 is James Campbell Harris in the white and black. According to our clock, we have until 2:11 before we can start the heat after this one, so there will be at least 4 minutes from now before we'll start, 5 minutes even, before we start the next heat. Up next on deck would be Carl Pratis in front of Alex Siegel, followed by Stephen McLaughlin in front of Andrew Karlberg, our final heat in the round robin. Taking it nice and patient here. It's going to be Ken Dong bringing us up to the rail as James Campbell Harris will follow in close, leaving enough room behind Ken Dong to accelerate if he needs to kind of come up to his wheel and then shoot down underneath him. You never want to be too close, but if you're too far, of course, that's kind of the danger. If you leave too big of a gap, it's hard to get back on it. Waiting well through the turn now. Getting all the way up to the Greg sign, still at the rail. Coming down the hill, it will be James Campbell Harris that just starts to roll it down, and Ken Dong now up and out of the saddle, having to be the quicker jump. And the big acceleration from the Dyna Racer to try to come up and around the top. And oh! Too close for me to call. I give it to the guy on the inside if I had to make the call, but it was close. Whew. That was a really close one. It was Ken Dong making the acceleration to get onto that wheel. And if he had another inch or two, it would have clearly been the racer in pink. But, man, right at the line, it was about as close as it could get. Our officials conferring. At least 4 more minutes, it looks like, before we'll have Siegel and Pratis. Pratis will be the front rider. Pratis and Siegel. Okay, after closer examination, Ken Dong gets it. Is that close? I like to see the photo on how close that one was, because, man, that was tight. After a closer look, our officials give it to Ken Dong on the outside, and like I said, too close to call from my side. The rider that was in front all the way to the line was James Campbell Harris, with Ken being the rider accelerating. All right. Couple more minutes here of intermission. We're just waiting for our rest time for athletes. Can't have them come up too quick. About a 1-minute call here for our next heat. One minute for Pratis and Siegel. Behind them will be McLaughlin and Carlberg, our final heat for the round robin. Coming up to the rail now, it is our second group in the final heat, final 2 heats. Carl Pratis in front of Alex Siegel. All right. Siegel, I believe, is going to be looking for his second victory here if he can find a win. Pratis in the hunt for his first. He's the front rider. Alex Siegel, the second in that group. Pratis right in the middle of the track, as it'll be Siegel high and along the rail. And as I say where he's at, he decides to start moving around sneakily behind Carl. He's got to keep his eyes. Not expecting to move into the sprinter's line. He'll keep a look over the right shoulder. Now as he moves up track, he'll look down the hill, looking for the underline from Siegel. Still not a lot of speed yet. As they get past the Greg cycle sign, it looks like it'll be Pratis now having to do some recovery effort. Doing so remarkably well. A slight difference in the overall gearing, maybe allowing him to get up to top speed a little bit faster, but the top speed of Siegel is certainly going to be a big effort for him here. Alex Siegel will hold on from the front as Pratis does a great job recovering, but not quite enough speed to come over in the top in those last moments. And finally, Stephen McLaughlin and Andrew Karlberg, please, to the rail. With the whistle, off we go for 2 laps between Karlberg and McLaughlin here. Karlberg seeking would be his 3rd victory. McLaughlin looking for his 2nd. Siegel now has 2, so currently in the lead with a tie for a number of victories with Karlberg is Alex Siegel, but he's all done. If Karlberg can get the 3rd, he'll win it outright. It's McLaughlin at the blue line. Black and white kit to his right. In the black and yellow is Karlberg. At 1 to go, it's Karlberg bringing both riders up to speed, close to the rail. See, McLaughlin loved this position where he's kind of keeping the rider up against the rail, not allowing them the left-hand maneuver. He can keep his close watch on the position of his competitor as they both get up to speed, forcing Karlberg to have the longer distance to go. The power may be a bit too much as it looks like Karlberg looks around and sees that McLaughlin's kind of giving up the chase. Karlberg will take it outright today in the round robin for Group 2. All right, folks. That's it for our second session. We'll be closing down house here and taking a bit of a breather for us and our staff. We're going to be getting away from it. The racing will resume at 6 o'clock this evening. Track is certainly open beforehand for riders to come and get warmed up, as usual. We'll be around for that. Thanks for tuning in online or coming in person to support a rider or two. If you enjoyed what you were seeing and enjoyed watching the racing, don't forget to leave a thumbs up and subscribe to our channels. Share that around with folks. This will be living on the YouTubes for you to check out later. If our riders want to rewatch, you can do so. Thanks again, everybody. We'll see you for the next session here at the Jerry Baker Memorial Velodrome.